Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okie dokes. Let's get on. Do I have my water? I do have my water. Goody gumdrops. All right. I need some music. What do you got for me, YouTube? Oh, can you be a little quieter though? That'd be great. Meow. That's better. All right. All right, let's. Oh, you know what? Let's check that drive and see if Andrew put up any sounds. I won't need them immediately, but it'll be nice to. Oh wait, hang on. Let's see what we got here. We'll open up the engineering to-dos. Mouthfeel initial concepts.psd. Cheese. Gumby, shitty stage production. God, that's horrific. What else we got? Anything in the inspiration? Ooh, okay. Oh yeah, these things. Good lord. Oh, these are just like basically claymation mouths. God, it seems so tedious to make stuff like this, you know? Like actually physically make these things.
Yo.
Yo.
How goes it?
Not too bad. Just getting started here. I opened up the Google Drive and I see in the. Do you see the one I'm looking at in the inspirations folder?
Yeah. That was kind of like the idea of just like some shitty like cardboard set. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, Cometh is perfect.
That is pretty great. Oh my god.
Yeah, like yeah, I don't know if you saw any of the other stuff, like kind of going for more like claymation mouth,
Yeah.
sort of tubular sort of deal.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's the plan.
I was looking at like these actual mouth things. I'm like, God, these must be a pain in the ass to like sculpt and then like replace, like in physically.
Oh yeah, like in an actual claymation thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for us though, I can make blend shapes of each of these,
Okay.
and then you'll be able to just basically they'll just be like sliders essentially from like 0 to 100 of like there's resting one where everything's at 0, and then if you turn one of them to 100, it's that pose, and then we should be able to just like morph between them sort of thing.
Holy shit, that would be awesome.
Yeah. So that's the plan at least. And obviously we're gonna have like this weird like saxophone mouth contraption thing.
Yeah.
Is what we were thinking.
Were you thinking of? Was that going to be in like 3D as well? I'm assuming. Or
so kind of what we're thinking is.
Oh, I did see like the PSD file for like the.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like
art.
the section where you're controlling like the vocal cords will probably be like a 2D like section. But then anything outside of those bounds would be 3D, and then we just match the art.
Okay, basically. so hang on, I can share my screen so you don't have to watch Twitch chat. So I'm assuming that this vertical space between these two lines here is like the play space.
This would be the play space, yeah.
Okay.
So that's where we can do like, because you mentioned like it being pretty easy if it's just a 2D image for you to like morph it around and stuff, right?
So if it's like if it's like just a some sort of textured thing. So if it's a 2D texture or just a tube with a texture around it.
Okay. So it can be like a 3D tube, just as long as it's a simple shape, right? Or
let me. It would probably be easier if it was a 2D thing, because I'm thinking of using this as like doing like a line renderer with this, and I'm not 100% sure if I can just automatically do those in 3D.
Maybe not. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Which is why, yeah, we're thinking like, oh, we'll just make that section 2D, and it'll maybe I'll just like render out like a flat image of the saxophone and then just place that there, essentially.
And so will this, I'm assuming this saxophone thing will take up like the entire screen during like gameplay, and then it'll like
that, yeah, and then it'll cut to the performance essentially.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because we were figuring like MVP is that saxophone thing.
Yep.
Getting that to just make sounds and work at all.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of put our focus on that. Andrew was mentioning something about putting stuff in like the background, some little animated things behind it. But for the most part, like all your focus is going to be on the mouth and the tube part.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay, sweet.
Yeah, we're thinking sort of claymation-ish style sort of thing, maybe Gumby sort of thing.
Yeah, okay.
Still, obviously, he's got to figure that sort of stuff out.
Thank you for clarifying that this thing on the left here is a mouth.
Yeah, a mouth, not something else that someone else might think it is.
Of course, yeah. Okay, sick.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think this is gonna look pretty hilarious. And if I have,
it's gonna look disgusting, I'm sure. So,
if I have time, what I would love to be able to do is when you're in like the funny play / scene thing, and it's time to like say your line, the camera will do like a zoom in on the character's throat, and then like transition into saxophone thing.
Like some sort of like
instead of like a hard
thing.
cut. Yeah.
I think that would be funny.
Yeah.
We just we were trying to figure out like how would this fit inside a person's head.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but I guess it doesn't really need to. Like as long as the mouth is there, this thing is just kind of just coming off in a direction. It doesn't need to go like down like a normal throat would or anything. So
right. Sick. I mean, I guess like if you have that mouthpiece there, then it looks like an instrument that we're trying to make. But all things considered, you don't necessarily need like that mouthpiece area. So if there's anything else that you would want to do with that to make things look more coherent, you could. I'm not opposed to the mouthpiece, but like
you're talking about the
of the instrument.
Not of the instrument, not the mouth.
Right, the thing that somebody would put their mouth on a saxophone for.
Yeah, that's true.
So more of just like it's totally fine that it's there, but you can also consider it's like you don't necessarily need it, so it can be anything else,
Yeah.
But I do like the fact that it looks like an instrument. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, that was something that Andrew is kind of latching onto, was the whole like instrument thing. We're trying to figure out like, all right, well, it has to be a curvy one so we can get these two things on the screen at once. It can't be anything else, really. So we're like, all right, saxophone, I guess.
Yeah, is there any other, like, it would basically just have to be a saxophone.
Yeah, like, because we were trying to think of, like, oh, what's something that, like, is curvy but has still some straight lines to it sort of thing. And
yeah.
I don't know, we were kind of coming up with nothing.
Yeah, because, like, if you wanted, like, a clarinet or a trumpet, you'd basically have to put it on a diagonal.
Yeah, and I feel like squeezing as much, like, shit into the screen at once is probably our best bet anyways, and having a more curved instrument would be a lot easier. Make it nice and big.
Yeah, absolutely. I like how enormous the mouth is on this thing too.
Yeah.
You know what we would probably
big old lips.
You know what we would probably be able to do as well is if these eyeballs are 3D as well, we could probably have blend shapes for those as well that could coordinate with like the mouth shape. So like maybe they'll squint when they're making a face or something like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just
and
make
then,
a bunch of
different wide-eyed
like,
and small
things.
pupils when they're like, oh.
Yeah, that could be pretty funny. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure if we're gonna leave the eyes there.
That's fine.
I was also thinking, like, what if the person's head is just a saxophone? So we just attach them, like, above the play area, like on the actual instrument, like they're just a big saxophone head thing. But obviously, we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, I think like I personally like how creepy and weird this thing looks.
Cursed as fuck.
But I think it's also worth considering making it like weird looking, but also maybe like visually appealing. So this could be like a mascot sort of character that's more easily like appealing to people to like click on and play with.
Yeah,
I don't know. That depends on you guys. I think like if you make it like weird and cursed looking, it'll probably be more honest to your guys' like usual style, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean,
but if you make it, I think like more appealing and cute, people might like it more. I don't know.
I think the cartooniness will definitely help, like which is like tubes for lips and some like really basic teeth and maybe a tongue. So
yeah, because like
not yet, but
I mean, like, all things considered,
yeah, the floating eyes could be. All
things considered, these guys look weird, but they're like appealing, you know.
Yeah. Like if we can get that sort of vibe, I think it would feel pretty good.
Sick. What is this? Open tween. Oh, I got you. God, this looks so tedious.
Yeah, having to like tween in between like mouth shapes and stuff like that. Like holy shit.
And then figuring out what frame they're gonna start making the O sound or something.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like god damn.
Jesus.
I could never do it. I could never do it.
I remember being super into stop animation stuff or stop motion stuff, but I never actually dived into it.
Yeah.
I think I used that like frame by frame app on the 3DS, and then that was it. This is a lot of work.
Digital like frame by frame like animations are a lot easier than actually molding the things on a frame by frame basis.
Yeah. I saw. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and then also, since we don't want to just like label the mouth shapes, you're kind of thinking like, oh, if you just kind of make the mouth shape, a bunch of like small particles will come out of like what, like CHs and stuff will kind of come out of the mouth before you actually start saying it. Yeah. And then once you say it, then they'll like get bigger or something like that, or like a ch.
Well, especially since it's gonna be like a one-off sound, it could probably just be one big ch.
Yeah, just a ch.
And then like when you're holding it down, but so
it's just a bunch of small ones coming out, and then so you know like what sound it's going to make, sort of thing.
Although I guess it would depend on how Andrew and like, because I remember he proposed like maybe holding down the spacebar will continuously be the word until you let go of it, which would mean if they're holding down the spacebar.
We would have to change that to where you're just kind of like like we know how many sounds it's going to take for the word, so you get that many like spacebar presses essentially.
Right. That's kind of how I originally thought of it. We'll see. I'll experiment with see which one flows better. Or like feels better to play with.
Obviously, if we're holding spacebar down, we'll make the sound immediately if we hit like a mouth combination, so we won't really know before we hit it, and that might feel kind of bad. Because you just I think trying to find the right one.
The held spacebar represents a single word, probably would result in more entertaining like replays, like as in like playback. But the other way is probably more intuitive and easier to use from a gameplay perspective. I'll experiment with both and see what feels good.
Yeah, unless we want to do something where like you can either hold it down or like tap it a few times or something. I don't know.
Or what we can do, another thought that I had is maybe like space starts recording the word, and then you can, this might be too complicated for a person's hand, but you can do the mouth sound combination on the keyboard, and then shift is to say a consonant.
Like activate it, basically.
Like a consonant sort of, I don't know though, because now that I think about it, if you're
holding
space,
like
it'll be a constant.
Holding space,
yeah.
Holding space, and then you're like doing all this stuff, and then hitting shift might be a little difficult.
I think it will be.
So that'll take just a little bit more thinking.
Yeah, I think the options that we have are both like totally viable though.
Yeah, like we can make them work either way. It's just like what's gonna feel best, sort of thing. What makes the most sense.
Perfect. Well, cool, because I mean it'll be a while before I get there anyway, because I'll be just working on the basic like input controls for now, and then I'll be hooking them up
Yeah.
with the actual audio in the systems after that. So we'll
Sweet.
have I'll discover something new in my implementing, something that I'll say like, oh, that feels absolutely better than whatever.
Yeah.
So
Kind of just it'll make its decision for us, sort of thing.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome.
Good.
Well, I believe I have everything I need right now. What are you going to be doing?
Nice. Well, whenever Andrew gets on, we're gonna get together and probably nail down like art stuff a little bit more.
Sick.
My goal for today is to at least like have some of the mouth blend shapes done.
Nice.
We can start implementing them.
Andrew, why?
But we'll see.
One of these files is an MP3. The rest are waves.
What the? What?
I'll just fix that real quick.
Wait. Which one's an MP3?
The I sound. Oh wait, no. Wait, hang on. I think he just saved two.
I don't see wave.
He's got
Oh.
two here of the same one. I see. Okay. It was just a little duplicate. Whew. Crisis averted. Andrew, you're not an idiot.
No.
Not that it would have been a big
less
deal
of an
anyway.
idiot.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, keep me posted on your guys' concepting shenanigans. I always love looking at that shit because it's just like when you guys go off on your own, shit gets wild. I saw Zach infiltrating your guys' private closet just last night.
Oh yeah. Like you shouldn't be allowed here. You're not a Rud.
I was like, my finger was over the button. I wanted to just move him into general chat.
Oh man, what a punishment that would have been. I don't think anyone would have been paying attention anyways.
No, but I think it would be hilarious if he just randomly moved there, especially since I was theoretically AFK from the Discord.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. It's like, wait, what? Huh?
Just
what happened?
Malevolent force.
Yeah.
Or just kick him so he thinks it's his fault.
Or that, just like, fuck off, daddy.
Oh man, my internet's really acting up.
Oh no. What's going on here?
But it's only when I connect to the Rud's private closet.
Huh.
Probably nothing. Oh man, dude. My landlords are away, like visiting family or something. So I'm actually able to get like a decent night's sleep where I'm not waking up to screaming children at 7 a.m.
Oh my god.
Wonderful.
Yeah. No, just completely insane interruptions in the middle of the night. Just or early morning, I guess.
And I'm getting keys to my new place on Tuesday, baby. Although I probably won't be sleeping there for a while because I need to put all my shit.
Yeah, that's going to be a process for sure. But having the option where like you could be like, I could just go to that other place and just hang out if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you're like getting divorced from these people and you have like a hotel to stay at and sort of thing. Like separation.
Looking forward to it. It'll probably be a while before I can actually stream there though, because I want to get a new work desk, so I'm not constantly working on this fucking dining room table still.
Something wrong with working on a dining room table.
I guess.
Using a dining room table.
I know.
It's just a smaller, more desk-like dining room table.
Yeah.
I just don't like getting desks. A lot of desks just have drawers and shit that get in the way. And I don't want that.
No, I just want like a long or maybe like an L-shaped desk because I still have
L-shape,
like something that you can stuff in the corner kind of thing. Because I still have 2 other monitors that I can absolutely like mount. What up?
Oh shit! Yeah, go quad monitor setup.
Yeah, I want to get some Iron Man shit. What up, Andrew?
Good morning.
Hello. Morning.
Good morning.
It didn't market.
Took me longer than I thought last night to make those because I, for some reason, couldn't remember how to like properly loop just a constant sound.
That is tough.
And of course, when I'm looking up, I'm like, Audacity, YouTube, something.
Yep.
Everything was, you just sort of like, fade it out and then fade it back in. I'm like, that's not what I'm trying to do.
That's not a loop. I want it to be a constant sound.
And then the other ones were always really convoluted where they're like, and then you do these keys and they weren't even really telling you. So it was really pissing me off.
Yeah.
But eventually I got it. So they're not perfect, but I definitely have at least, the vowel sounds should all be loopable.
Yep.
And while I was doing this, I kind of was thinking that all of the mouth sounds when you make them, like the way we've combined them, all make sense. Like you make the same shape when you do them, except for M and N. That's the only one that doesn't technically have the same mouth shape when you make that sound.
Yeah. Yep.
But I thought, because technically L and N would go better together, but do the sounds go together well enough that it would make sense?
No.
Not really. So I don't think we have to really worry about like specific mouth shapes that we're making. It's just more sounds.
Yeah,
I think
that was the only one that felt different, but it wasn't.
Mhm.
It didn't seem like a huge issue.
Yeah.
So just for future reference, how would you evaluate how difficult it was to make these sounds? Because that will play into could we outsource like other people to make these sounds, and would it be easy for them, or would that be maybe are there too many specific things that we would need to do to make it actually feasible?
So like if I were to ask you guys to be like, hey, give me something, and I'll just do, I mean, the consonants are fairly easy. The only thing difficult about the consonants is you're trying to find some middle ground, I guess, a little bit between them.
Sure.
And then the vowels, just I think that's the only like technically tedious one, and that's just okay. Whenever you do it, hold it for like a good 2 or 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Like try to be fairly consistent with your note as you hold it.
Yep.
And then it takes just a second to loop it. Now that I know, just like trim it and like line some stuff up.
But
it's really not that hard to do. But I think asking people for things could still be problematic.
Yep, that's what I figured. And I'm also thinking like, unfortunately, we'll see. But unfortunately, that also might rule out like recording your own voice in game kind of thing, right? If it takes a lot of like post-production work to get it to actually fit.
Yeah, that I don't know. I don't, because you would have to have things actually built into program to fix all of that up, right?
Yep. Yeah, and that's fine. I was mostly just asking out of curiosity because that was kind of my suspicion. So
yeah,
it's fine. We can just have a voice pack of 3, you know.
Right.
Unless it's just like for the vowel sounds, instead of it being like a completely loopable thing, it's just like hold this for 5 seconds or something, or as long as you can, and then we just don't. Like you can only say like for that long before it resets or something.
It will loop, but it will skip. You're gonna hear.
Yeah, like you have to like take a breath basically in game, so you're like like it's.
This is like long-term sort of polish stuff, so it's not like that important. But it's something that I'll just keep in mind and not like plan for. But if I have time, it would be cool to look into.
Mm-hmm.
I would say if we're as far as wish listy at the end things go, I would probably take some sort of scoring over record your own voice if I had to pick.
Sure.
Because we already get with like the pitch control and volume, it's already kind of wacky with the voice.
Yeah. Yeah, we could totally do that. I will keep that in mind, and I'll also keep in mind, like as I'm working on it, which one I think would be the most technically viable. So maybe the way that I build this could make it very easy to just like do some recording stuff, and a sound or a scoring system could be an entirely different thing that I'd have to develop. I don't know. So I'll keep it in mind and see what kind of stuff is easily makeable as I go.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, question for you guys. I don't know if you talked about it, but if you thought a little bit about what you want, and because Jared was throwing some ideas about the scene, right? Have you all thought a little bit about this?
Well, I saw your guys' inspiration stuff, and I immediately zoned in on the Nightman Cometh picture, obviously.
Yeah.
So I actually like the idea of that sort of like claymation kind of feel. Couple of thoughts on that is like, depending on the tone that we would want to have for the like the non-acting people. So like, do we want them to actually be trying to be taken as like seriously or sillily or whatever?
Right. Right.
If they all look silly, then that might be tough to do, but that would just depend on what we'd want the tone of the writing to be.
I imagine this not being like a bunch of characters. It would just be like maybe you're the player and one other person or a narrator, if anything.
Yeah, I do kind of liked, or I did kind of like the random narrator that I kind of just made up to like prompt the player to do something like improvised kind of thing. I think would be
It's like the director.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I wasn't too attached to like the live studio audience kind of thing. It was just like, I'm not sure if we like considered this setting. I wonder if this will
Yeah.
spark any light bulbs in them. So I'm not.
As far as tone goes, I think that that's what we need to bring up. Basically, what does the final scene when you play it back look like? You know,
Yeah.
is the final scene going to be a dramatic stage? Is it going to be like a sitcom stage? Is it going to be like a high school play? Is it meant to be? Because that kind of tone to me will affect, I think, even the art style.
Yep.
Whether or not it's like how drastically different is it going to be from the goofiness versus the seriousness that it's trying to achieve, or is it there already sort of a state of goofiness that we're just injecting into?
So looking at your guys' concept art with this little saxophone monstrosity, I like that. Well, first of all, I like it, and second, like, so I think whatever tone or visual style that we go for should be some kind of like, it shouldn't be like ridiculously jarring to go from the real world scene to like the in-throat model. There should be like, it should kind of make sense that this thing exists in the world, so that not necessarily to say that everything should look as ridiculous as this vocal saxophone, but maybe there should be some sort of like middle ground of just like things look slightly off, and then when you like zoom into this person's throat and see this thing, it's still bizarre looking, but it doesn't like look like a completely different game, right? So I think not necessarily dramatic, but some sort of like serious tone for the scene itself will make the playback of the players like ridiculous mouth sounds hit a little bit harder. Yeah. Like,
That's what I'm thinking. If I had to choose, I would go with something fairly serious and dramatic. So that's not to say that all of the art style is going to be like very serious and real, but we go with everything being kind of cartoonish and goofy, it like limits the threshold for funny.
Yeah. What we can do is have like a serious or a dramatic. It could be like a almost like a parody scene of like a soap opera or something. So like this very generally serious tone, but with like tongue-in-cheek kind of dialogue for like the main people, and then your ridiculous mouth noises will kind of just like add to that. So like aesthetically it looks serious, but like almost like Leslie Nielsen style, like just deadpan dialogue that is like,
I almost am ridiculous. On the camp of it should be like a very dramatic scene. Like,
okay.
Someone's dying, or it's like a lover's quarrel and it's
like
serious,
a break, like you're breaking up or something.
Like the girl is really mad and she's trying to leave, and she's like, do you have anything to say?
Give me one reason why I shouldn't go.
Yeah, and then you go poggers, and then she's like, oh, I knew I couldn't leave you. I think that sort of reaction to us being just making nonsense, I think will be really funny.
Like as long soap opera like sort of thing,
like, kind of like a soap opera, yeah.
Like we can just go. It's like serious, even go down and it's dramatic, but then like there's just like, oh, my brother is in a coma, and I had sex with these twins, and now I'm my own mother.
I became a triplet yesterday. So I think that will be funny, because the tone of the drama will be interesting when the response to the drama is gargled noises, and it's taken as serious dramatic dialogue.
Mm-hmm. I think the only thing, like I mentioned,
anything to say for yourself.
Yeah.
The only thing, like I mentioned, that I'd want to just be careful of is to make sure that like this saxophone monster
matches
looks like it belongs here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's no problem. Yeah, because the way I was almost, because we were basically saying that however we design the instrument is basically the the keystone for all of the art direction.
Yep.
But I wanted to actually even take a step further back and be like, what does that final scene look like? And
Yeah.
what would be the most interesting visually with the audio that's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of work our way into the saxophone and etc.
Yeah. And another note that I had with Steven, and this is totally your guys' call to make, is like, I personally love how horrific this thing looks, this saxophone beast.
Okay.
And I think like if you want to get as weird as you want with it to like better reflect like it'll better reflect your own guys' personal style, which I think is great. But if we also want to try and make it look slightly more like cute or appealing, it could make for a pretty strong like kind of mascot character that people can like latch onto and want to engage with, you know?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go through a couple iterations on this and just see what makes sense and what's fun and something fairly iconic. So I think having it based around an instrument shape will make it more iconic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then it just comes down to the sorts of shape and is it going to be a like cutaway of this instrument, or are we seeing the like an actual sort of floating vocal saxophone thing?
My initial thought, and I could probably do this, is just like as long as I had a set point on like a character's throat, I could zoom the camera into it and fade to black and then unfade to this like saxophone thing. So it's like you're going into this person's like vocal cords to do a thing and then it zooms out or something.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be cool.
Yeah. So
because something I was still entertaining was that in the background you can kind of see the scene, like almost a little Guitar Hero-y, right? Like you have your instrument but you are kind of zoomed out from the stage.
Yep.
Just something to make it always kind of connected to what's happening instead of feeling completely divorced from that stage.
Yeah. Another thought is like, I'm assuming, so what, how are you imagining these scenes playing out like frame by frame? Are these like moving models, or is it like an animatics with like a panning camera, or what would you think?
It depends on Steven's workload and how much 3D is involved. Because if it's just me doing it, then it's going to be like 2D animatic stuff with maybe a little bit of camera movement.
I think we can still do like 3D model animatics and like just pose them and then just move the camera around.
Yeah, we don't have to do full like 3D animation.
I feel like we shouldn't do 3D like animated characters.
No, it's not. That's not. Yeah, it's just you. Either you have 2D camera movement or 3D camera movement.
Gotcha. Yeah. Cool. I guess we'll just have to. Yeah, I've done stuff like that before, where I can just like pre-program in like linear camera movements, either in 2D or 3D, from like point A to point B, lerp to this position and this angle, kind of thing. So that shouldn't be too bad. I'll just have to think of a.
We could just make
like a system.
animations for the camera, like, and then you just play those animations.
We'll see, because what I've done before isn't that much work, and if it's a lot of work for you guys to like set those up and move those around, where you could rather make more assets. We'll see, I guess.
I don't know. I just think it'd be easier for us to control the camera if we're doing like.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Setup.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But,
I guess the only tricky thing with that, I guess, is that I wouldn't have access to any sort of like positional data for the scene if I'm just playing a video. So I wouldn't be able to like zoom in on a character's throat or something, because I won't know where it is, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I think there's a lot of other stuff to make first, and then we'll kind of see what everyone's workload is once we get a better sense of what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where this is again just like a very heavy Jared workload, where if I could just be making videos and giving you videos, like we just play the clips.
Yeah,
and
I think
stand in for things happening actively in a 3D scene.
Yeah, and I think we can absolutely do that, but I think we can also wait to make that decision until we get a better understanding of what our workloads kind of are. Because if I do have some open cycles, then I can definitely work on throwing that in there, and I think it would be pretty helpful because I'm also considering the same thing, because like if I am available to make this sort of 3D camera movement system, then you guys are open to make more assets and
make
stuff
more
like
content.
that. Yeah. So we'll see who has more free time around that point.
Okay. Did you notice the little sound letter indicators over there by the mouth?
Yeah, Steven was explaining those to me. That's another thing that we're probably gonna have to. I'm gonna fiddle around with as I'm making the systems of like. I remember you were talking about wanting to maybe hold the spacebar down to constantly make a single word.
Yeah.
In which case we won't have like those preview sound effect particles coming out of the person's mouth, because they would immediately say the consonant, right?
Well, I was thinking that anytime you have a mouth, like if you have because the mouth is separate from the breath. Like when you have the mouth, you're releasing those particles before you hit it. You know what I mean? Like they're like maybe spilling out or just like dancing around the mouth or something like that.
Yeah. So what do you mean when you say before you hit it versus after you hit it?
If my thumb isn't on the space bar and I just have like W and A held down, that'd be giving me the appropriate particle for what letter sounds I would be about to make.
Right.
Yeah, but how do you know what you're going to be pressing in the middle of a word then?
So what I think what you're saying is like I remember at the end of like yesterday's brainstorming, you were like hold the space bar and that's like a whole word, and then whatever consonants you click after that will just automatically happen.
Yep.
So we would lose out on that. I'm going to as I'm making this little instrument system thing, I'm going to experiment around with what feels natural and nice, because I was telling Steven, I think holding the spacebar down to record an entire word will probably result in more entertaining like playback results. But maybe holding down the consonant and then hitting the spacebar to start a syllable might make more intuitive sense gameplay wise. But I can't tell, or I can't say with certainty yet until I like fiddle around with the systems a bit. So I can report back on that. But I'll keep in mind these like these little sound effect particle things like flying out of them. And see what I can do with that.
I just feel like we're gonna need some way to indicate like what you're gonna be making instead of just like guessing the entire time. It would feel kind of bad. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it definitely needs some experimentation, because my thought is that hold the one breath, one spacebar breath, and while you hold it sounds good. But yeah, if I can't switch between letters without, or maybe I don't know. I honestly don't know how frustrating that would be.
One of the ideas I had is like maybe like spacebar will start the entire word, and then you can form a consonant with the key combinations, but you won't like say the consonant until you hit like shift or something. But I think that might be a bit too like finger twisty. But these are all things that like I'm just speculating on. So once I actually get into making it, I can get a better feel of what feels good and stuff like that.
Okay. So. Yeah, I agree. It sounds like something we just need to play with.
Yep.
Yep.
And there's plenty of things that I will be putting together before I even like touch the audio stuff itself and like these sort of visual indicators. So I have plenty of time to like get to grips with the architecture of the system itself and see what's possible.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. So, is there anything else you want to talk about, Jared, before you go off, or is that good for now?
I'm pretty good for now. I got plenty of boring engineering things to work on with DevArt, so it's totally fine.
Yay!
Just remember, MVP is just saxophone man.
Yep. My goal is to get some sort of working saxophone in there by like dinner tonight. So
that would be awesome.
Yeah,
a working saxophone.
And like once me and Ader like get together about art stuff, maybe I can get some blend shapes going for mouth shapes and all that stuff. Would be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
that'd be very cool.
Oh yeah, I was telling Jared, Andrew, but I can make blend shapes out of like these like mouth shapes, and then they're basically just like sliders that you could just be like, all right, from 0 to 100, like 0 to 100. Like if it's at 100, it's this mouth.
Yeah.
If this one's at 100, it's this other mouth, and you can kind of blend between them like by like moving sliders at the same time, sort of thing.
Oh, sick. So it'll actually it'll kind of
It'll actually it should actually like morph between them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick. That's sick. Okay.
Yeah. As long as I set it up correctly, which I don't have a ton of experience in like using blend shapes in Unity, but I know the basics of like how they function. And I know that you can like call out their whatever variables or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Pretty easily. It's like get blend shape weight and set blend shape weight, like sort of shit. So that should be an issue.
Speaking of Unity, did y'all see my updated version that we'll be using?
Wait, what?
2021.3.23 F1, just to make sure that we're using the right version.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought you meant a newer one
No,
after.
Wait a minute.
I was like, oh god, I gotta download another one.
No.
Yeah, it should be good.
Sounds good. And then whenever it comes time for you to push any assets, Andrew, just ping me and I can walk you through GitHub stuff.
Okay. Yeah, Steven got me through a little bit of it, but there was the once we have the Unity project sort of stuff. Now what?
Yeah.
So next time I have something to push through. Do you want me to put the sounds in the project, or do you want to just grab them off Google Drive?
I just grabbed them. Yeah.
Okay.
As long like when it's just like a single folder of assets, I can just grab and go from
just drop them in
Drive. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Alrighty.
All right, let's split there, and then Steven, let's you and I jam on some art stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to cracking.
Back a bit.
Lacking.
2021 is based. Yeah, well, I mean, I just picked the latest LTS version, so theoretically it should be a lot more stable than 2022. Cool. Welcome, Jerry Jameson. Okay, so we have audio. I think I'm gonna put Andrew's sounds in resources because I'm thinking I'm gonna load them up into a dictionary so that I have access to all of them. So what we're gonna do is resources, mouth sounds. Andrew. Consonants and vowels. Oh, you know another thing that I want to do? Import package. Yes. I made an audio manager. So I got to make sure I hook everything up with that. I'm confused. Mouth and sound. What is this? Oh, so do you not know what game we're making, Jerry? We're basically making a game where like a player is like in some sort of like acting scene and they have to deliver their lines correctly. And the way that we're doing that is we're going to be manipulating their vocal cords and mouth shapes to like make sounds. And the concept is like it's going to be very difficult to try to say words. Like if you think about what it takes to say a word, your lips move into a specific shape to make a sound, so does your tongue, and your vocal cords vibrate at a certain frequency. And that all happens automatically. What if you had to manually do that yourself? And that's the game. So that's what we're going to be trying to do. And we're going to try and make like the playing with your vocal cords and mouth shapes kind of feel like an instrument that you can play around with. So Andrew has recorded a bunch of sound effects or like mouth sounds for each of the things that we want to try to replicate. And then I'm going to try to stitch them all together to make it sound like it's saying words. Okay, let's see here. All right, hang on. Let's change the source on this thing. VLC, you are going to be music. Like that. Oops, fuck. Great. All right. I believe if I were to go to consonants here, import new asset, I think I can determine which one of these are consonants. We got that. I think those are L's. Oh no, these are L's. Okay, cool. Thank you. Cool. So there should be 10 of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sick. I'll probably rename these because they're a bit long right now. Oh wait, no, I don't need that one. Actually, you know what, now that I think about it, I want this mic. Wait. There we go. One thing is sure, that's a new concept we've never had. That's what we're going for. Alright. I want to get rid of all like the vocal test parts of this, because I understand it's a test. But it'll be easier for me to just think of the sounds that it's making. Wait a minute, Jerry, what are you doing up at this hour? What time is it for you? Mm-hmm. 1:30 in the morning. Okay, I guess it's not that bad. That's still pretty late, though. You must be going to bed soon, I imagine. Although I guess it is the weekend. I woke up for you. Moral support. Well, oh shit. Oh, fuck. Well, unfortunately, unlike you, Jerry, I got a good night's rest. So don't kill yourself for my sake. Yeah. I would advise that. Dun, 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 dun. Oh fuck. I'm pretty sure when I wake up you'll be, yeah, probably. Yeah, especially if like our normal stream time is like around your late morning. Absolutely, we'll be around. But I'll hopefully have more to show for it by the time you wake up. Exactly. Cool. Go to bed, Jerry. Okay, so now we have our sounds here. Those are all in. Neat. Sunlight again. Now. Oh, I can disable this. I don't need that. Okay, so let's look at our list here. WASD controls to change consonant. Well, first of all, let's... So how do we want to organize all of this? We could have... I can just have like a dictionary of these audio clips, essentially, that we can reference. Yeah, how about we... I wonder if I can make this a... I don't need you, voice meter. Get out of here. I wonder if I can make this just a static class rather than a singleton. Am I still able to load from resources if this isn't a mono behavior? My instinct says no. What up, Doc? How you doing? What is going on with the RAM here? Has it always been like this, I wonder? Huh. What are you making? We are making a vocal cord simulator where you are trying to manually control your mouth shape and vocal cords to say words to deliver your lines properly. It is going to be quite the interesting little experiment, I think. Oh, we might be able to load resources. Okay. Okay, cool. Dictionary. This will be, I think, a string. Oop. And an audio clip. Mouth dict. Perfect. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is just for each of these sounds here. Okay. So we're going to add CKG, and that's going to be hang on, I just need to get this in first. Come on. Plus, oh wait, hang on, that would just be. Do I need the WAV? I forget. Okay. I forget if I need the WAV or not. But this is basically what we will be, it'll be the basis of this. So let's go move this over here, and then I'm just going to be copy pasting this a bunch. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. For the 10 consonants. And now we have ch, j, sh, z. Cool. V. H. Oh dear. Oh wait, no, this is L. Okay. N. This one will be PB. R. SZ. And D. I have a newfound appreciation for speech pathology stuff. This shit's intricate. Oopsie. Vowels. Ah. Ah. It. It. Eat. Eat. Oh. And we'll do the same thing over here. Oh shit. All right. So this is what's going to load all of the sound effects for each specific whatever characters that we have. And this should ideally allow us to load in multiple different kinds of characters, and we can still grab the same sounds for each of them. No, so they're all going to be whoops, hang on. Technically, yes, but they're all just going to be in the same dictionary. I don't think there's a real reason to... thank you. Right here. Yeah. So they're all going to be in the same dictionary, but you're right. I was grabbing from the wrong folder to grab these. Thank you. So what's going to happen is, like, we're going to make this dictionary... Oops, I should... There we go. This little resources call here is going to look for the folder in the Unity project, which is going to be right here. And then it will just pull those, and it'll load them all up in the same dictionary, because I don't think there's a functional purpose to split them. Or at least I don't see one right now. Huh. You know what I might need to do is increase the volume on these. They might be quiet. Although, I can just mix it, actually. Yeah, maybe I can do this at post. In the, in real time. Also, how you doing, Chris? How's your morning been? Okay, so the audio stuff is loaded up now. Now, what I want to do is make, WASD controls for picking all of these consonants. So, how do I want to do that? Hang on. I think I need to reference something real quick. I need to grab a coding book. Hope start of the day's been smooth. Yeah, it's been pretty smooth. Just caught up with the RUDs, and it's definitely. I mean, my mind is generally always in a fog when it comes to mornings, so that's why I made sure to do a lot of the tedious thinking legwork last night, so that I can just like reference it and go right back to what I wanted to work on. I hear we're making similar games. We are making a vocal cord controlling game. So there's going to be like different consonants and vowels, and you're going to be manipulating vocal cords and mouth shapes to deliver lines properly. Oh, okay, not similar. Did Doc Frankenstein go back to report to you? Because all he did was pop in and say, hello, what are you making? And then nothing else. Okay. I kind of want to be a little intentional with this because the way that I architect this could either make it easier or harder to do some kind of playback. The typing game version of this? Ah, gotcha. Well, I do think like line delivery is just a more interesting way of interpreting this theme. So I'm excited for yours. That sounds awesome. Okay, so commands. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. All we're gonna have is our amateur voices. Oh, Microsoft Sam, let's go. What a throwback. Okay, here. Okay. So I think I might architect this in a sort of like command kind of pattern, because then I can just like archive all of those commands and then play them back. Start any games require set commands. Every entry performed each frame. Yeah, okay. Right, let me see here. Move unit command. So there'll be a... Okay. I think I get this here. Let me go back to some of my older projects. Look at me using the education that I paid for? Pfft, couldn't be me. So let's see here. Wasn't UI, Game Jam, Free for All, PCG, Engage, AI? I might have used it with AI, but I don't think so. Wait, hold up. Do I not have my puzzle game here? Interesting. Wouldn't be UI, is it? No, that's a storefront. That's not what I want. I don't think I used the command pattern for this. Scripts. No, I used the state machine. Which is fine. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Engage? That's not the one. All right. Let me check something real quick. Do I really not have this push to Git? Oh wait, maybe it's under a different name. Shape puzzle, there it is. That's what used commands. Spritz. Alright, so this is the sort of architecture that I want here. Alright, so we have the basic, like, execute and undo. Okay. And then we're gonna have, like, an input loop. Like a handler. Okay, and this will run on input. Okay. And then let's see what other commands that we have here. Yeah, the grid move commands. Sometimes with the magic of streams, I forget you are huge, and then I see you holding... Yeah, I do spend most of my time just sitting down. You don't really get a sense of my full size. But do I look that ridiculous with a phone? The thing is like some phones have gotten so big to the point where like it's cumbersome for me. So like one of the big pluses when I'm picking out a new phone is like, can I do everything I want with like one hand? Can I reach both sides of the screen and do whatever? Because I don't like having to like have both of my hands on the phone. So I might just be also using a smaller phone than you might be. You must love the Galaxy Folds. I do think it would be neat for flip phones to make a comeback, but unfortunately, my major opinion, the thing that I miss the most about flip phones are the physical tactile buttons. I, since day one, have cursed touchscreen keyboards. I hate them so much. I loved being able to type out a message on a phone without looking at the keyboard, but that is no more. So that the Galaxy Fold is still, you know, a touchscreen keyboard, which I don't like. Okay, so we would have the associated unit, and then it would move that position. Okay, so we basically passed the game object there, but we don't need to necessarily, because we're displaying a voice. All right, so let's first start off with commands. We'll get our basic little. Let's see how this goes. Start with the base class here of a command, and that is okay. So that's not even an amount of behavior. Perfect. And this is just going to essentially just be a virtual class here. I don't think we need an undo. No, we don't need an undo. So it'll just be that execute thing. So we might not even need this base class, but that's fine. Time for codes. What up, Ninja? Have you seen the OLED prototypes that inject fluid into pockets to make tactile buttons? That sounds so error prone. That sounds cool, but my mind immediately goes to how easy, like I take great care to make sure that like my screen never goes to like that spider webby like fractal state. But I see that so much, and I can only imagine how much like liquid would probably leak out of those things from like everyday use. That sounds dope, but I'm also dubious. It'll explode in your pockets for sure. Ugh. Alright, let's see here. Mouth. Wait, how about let's just do consonant command. That'll make things easier to denote. Because then I can probably have a vowel command as well. Yeah, I'll need a command for each of the different ways that you can manipulate the vocal cords, because then I'll record all of those commands and I can play them back. Okay, so right, I make the command and then I execute it. Okay. So what's up?
We have a proposition, or at least an alternative, just in case, that we want to show you.
Okay.
For setup.
Just need to float it.
You got it. All right,
so,
I'm looking.
Okay, so imagine we have the saxophone option,
Uh-huh.
but there's also the option of basically kind of like Networth, where you're inside
the mouth.
Yeah.
And then you're controlling the throat underneath it, and then the mouth is just like big like movements and stuff, but you're inside it, sort of thing.
We're not saying we've said like, oh, we need to do this, or it's mostly just before we move on, I want to make sure we look at the different options of ways to lay out the gameplay.
Yeah.
And I think there's benefits to either one, and I'm not exactly I won't say which side maybe I'm leaning, but I wanted to make sure that we threw this by you to see what you thought before we made a call.
Yeah. So can you, with that little screenshot on the right, can you walk me through how each of the inputs will look or sort of behave? Because I'm kind of having a hard time visualizing that right now.
So this is your windpipe here.
Okay.
So this is where your movement up and down is happening. So imagine it like just split in half.
Okay.
And then you have the mouth here.
Uh-huh. Mm.
So these are the lips. And so you're seeing all of that happen there, and like the tongue moving.
Yeah, and then so basically that like opening is changing shape based on your mouth.
Yeah.
Shape.
And then that little face inside.
That's just you. That's the person on the outside. Like we're seeing through the mouth.
Oh, I see. So this is from the perspective of inside the guy.
Yeah, this is like Networth, where we're like looking through Granny's eyes, but we're looking through this person's mouth.
It's exactly the Networth setup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense to me then. Because I thought this was like us going into like the face of like the person looking at us, and we're and there was like some sort of demon inside their mouth. Okay. That makes more sense. That's interesting.
I'm not opposed to this, like it's not bad, but I want to make sure like we consider those like these are two paths that we can take for the interactive layout.
I like that perspective, but I do think that we'll lose a bit of clarity when it comes to like the mouth shapes and saying things, maybe. And also there's going to be a consideration of like when we go into that mouth perspective, what we see on the outside is not necessarily always going to be a front shot of the other character, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it can be, they could be looking in some random directions or at different angles of their acting partner or something. And that can be something that we can do with like camera trickery stuff, but that'll also, if we were to do that, then we would have to build these scenes and move the cameras in Unity, and that's the only way we could do it, right?
Well, I think if we did this way, nothing's moving. You literally just see like a person. It's Networth. So I wouldn't do like this is the actual 3D scene or anything like that.
It would just be like a video on the outside of it or something.
Yeah, video or literally just an image of like a person there.
Yeah, as long as that is still visually like not confusing to the player. Like if we have some sort of like scene where he's like looking up to the sky and screaming, and then it goes to the mouth scene, and there's just like this dude staring us down the barrel of our throat.
I think for me, what it comes down to, because I think we can solve either one.
Yeah.
Which one do we think is like A, more iconic, B, easier to understand, and C, maybe even just more clear on how to execute?
Yeah. I think the saxophone creature looks a bit more like iconic, and
I agree.
like it encourages play more. And I just like the potential mascot appeal of it as well.
It's definitely got that going for it.
I think the I don't know what you would even call it, like the 0th person perspective of being inside the mouth is
I'm inside
definitely
my
like,
own mouth.
is definitely like unique and could really be interesting. But if we want to focus on the toy aspect of this thing, I think that making it look like a toy is also can kind of lend itself well to that.
Yeah, no, I think I agree. But Steven brought this up, and I'm like, it's not bad.
Yeah, I do kind of like that.
It's not bad.
There are a lot
is
more like
about this.
I think we might lose a bit too much like visual clarity if we go anatomical with it.
You're probably right.
Because it was coming from we were talking about like how fleshy does saxophone guy should be, like what, and then I'm like, oh, why don't we just go full Knitworth and just inside a fleshy mouth?
I love these little reference images you have though of just like what it looks like when the guy's playing the saxophone bones. Especially those little like, lips.
Yeah, it's sticking. The little like mouthpiece is sticking outside of his mouth, so someone can come up and plate him from behind. But then we were also thinking like, oh, what if this little saxophone guy's just like he's just inside the body, and then there's just a microphone that's coming down, and he's just talking into it, and that's going out your mouth basically, instead of worrying about sharing lips. Essentially, it's just like he's just a separate entity inside you, controlling you.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. One thought that I do have seeing like that dude playing the dude like a saxophone. These lips looked fine on the saxophone creature.
Okay, I already know what you're gonna say.
Let's be careful how we design the character.
I was bringing it up to Andrew. You're well aware.
Okay, cool. As long as you're aware, then we're not in danger of making some sort of critical error. We won't have a Tigger moment.
Don't worry. Tigger warning.
No, but like you see, like how even this guy on the right, his lips are sort of just tubes.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotcha.
We're not gonna make.
Well, yeah, we're not gonna go full.
Gotcha. Great.
Oh my God! Is he on drugs?
That was another thing that I was talking to Steven. Is like if we can get those mouth blend shapes to work out, we can maybe potentially do something similar with the eyeballs as well. So like the ch sound can have like the character like squinting, and then the like his pupils get smaller, and he like wide eyes it.
Yeah, I mean,
and then transitioning between those could be hilarious.
I kind of like that for sure.
We'll count on the mouth first, and then if we have time, we can do the.
Basically, the eyes would be set up like the characters in Shutter Chaos, where the eyelids are just attached to the eyeballs, and then they just kind of rotate around on them or something.
Oh man, I'm remembering now that I didn't even get a chance to use those eyelids.
No, they were. I mean, whatever, it's fine.
But I think that like if we could manipulate the eyes, dude, that would open up. That would create so much character, you know?
Yeah,
just
for
like
sure.
seeing that. Like maybe they're struggling to say like, Gah. So like their eyes are like crossing and like one of them's like squinting.
If this is meant to be at all like brain spacey or anything, should we have like the thing you're trying to say is like up in here, like
oh, as in like that's where the particles would go instead of out the mouth?
It's more like in a brainy space. And then when you say it, like it just comes out like like out of the mouth.
Yeah, that could totally be something that we could do. Oh, I just realized you gave it legs.
Yes. Yeah, we turned him into like an actual like thing, like character.
I'm just imagining this thing like idle pose bouncing up and down like a Cuphead character.
Oh, since we have you here, Jared, do you see any issue with being able to do like deforming?
So as long as this, I was talking with Steven, as long as this area, I think the parts that are deforming, as long as those are like 2D textures, that should be fine. They're just line renders that I can manipulate. I'm pretty sure you can do a similar thing with with 3D tubes, but once we start adding like mesh polygons, I think it gets a lot more confusing, or a lot more difficult.
I'm totally okay to make this a 2-dimensional section.
Yeah, if we make the play space 2-dimensional, I think that'll probably it'll simplify things a lot for me. But that's I mean, we can have like a 3D background.
I think this works great as 2D.
Mm-hmm.
My question was going to be from like style. Do we want this to? Well, this is where the fleshiness, I guess, is kind of a question.
That's true.
Are we looking at like the inside of the saxophone?
Yeah, like that's like a cross section of, or like an X-ray, and you're looking inside his throat, and then it's fleshy inside there. So it's so we're not trying to like match up a 2D like glossy metal to a 3D glossy metal sort of thing.
Or is this just like we're seeing the outside of a saxophone, and that saxophone just deforms?
Is it possible to make this saxophone creature share a lot of like color and aesthetic similarities to the real life character, and then the inside looks either X-ray or fleshy? Would that be confusing?
We could do that. I don't think it's confusing.
Or would it even be valuable, I guess? Because like flesh inside flesh, I agree, could probably be like redundant.
Flesh and flesh. Put your flesh on my flesh.
But then also just having a random metallic saxophone in there will probably look out of place as well.
Yeah, that might be just something that I need to just
tinker with.
Try like make a few versions of the saxophone and just see, do we want it to be metallic-y, fleshy, or like wearing clothes, as if he's just the vocal version of you inside you. Even has like a little bit of hair here.
And make sure you make the lips funny.
That's so much fun. That's the Ludum joke. Okay, so so let's go saxophone. Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
And let me do a few different versions of it so we can get an idea of what feels right. And then the one last thing. So if this was the spectrum of character detail, where do you see things landing?
The perspective of character detail. So, I mean, so what I'm seeing here is that like on the right would be what the character looks like, and then on the left would be what his insides look like, personally.
Okay. That's totally
kind of what we were
look at it. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
So if that makes sense, that like, you know, this is you, and then when you get to the saxophone, this is kind of what the saxophone looks like.
Yeah, I do like that. Oh. Now play him like, dude, it looks like he's just like slurping his ass up. Oh.
Oh.
God, that is... Now that purple thing looks like it's making like quite the pleasure face.
It does look like he's slurping him up though. Okay, so saxophone, sax, and then this is the guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sick.
Cool with that.
Alrighty, cool.
All that feeling good?
That's feeling nice and good.
Okay. We will let you get back to it and see if we can hop back over.
Sweet.
Yeesh.
George Lopez jump scare. Alright. I will change that post haste. Come on. Oh, that's really dumb. It's like, why can't it detect like tags, you know? Because that's literally all these are, and I have both of these in the tags of the stream. Oh well. Okay. Commands. Might have to turn this music off for me so I can think, because this is an important part. Okay. Let's see here. Consonant command. So this is going to just play like, or when I put down a keystroke. Okay, what we can have are different kind of keystrokes for these things. You know what, let's just make all these commands first, hey? Oh, oops, we gotta make this command. And these don't have a start or an update. They just have an execute, which we'll get to. Actually, no, let's just... Public override line execute. Nice. Alright, so now all of the other commands are going to look like this. So we want one for each way that we can manipulate the voice. Oh, command. Next. Volume. And then pitch, I believe, was the last one. Okay, so now we have all these commands. What we're going to want to do is, what do you want to call it? Like the mouth manager. So this is the mouth sounds dictionary. You know what, we'll just call it the player controller, because this is essentially what the player is going to be interacting with exclusively. All right, so we have the player controller, and now what do I do with this again? I think I do this in the update. Yeah, okay. Cool. So what we do here is I have a command function. So this is going to be where we handle all of our input for the mouth stuff. So let me think here. Well, we can start with the simple ones first, where it's just well, hang on, because we want the vertical position essentially always to set the volume. We maybe do want to execute the volume and pitch commands always, because all that does is set the volume. Do I have access to the... I do. Cool. So here's the thing. Is like, can I do multiple of these simultaneously? Okay, so the volume and the pitch, I don't think should be commands, because these will be happening all the time simultaneously. But in that case, oh, you know what? I don't think we can have just a base handle input. I think we'll need to So this will be a pitch command. And a pitch input, although maybe we don't need a command for both of these and it'll just be like the one. So instead, let's do that. A generic mouse command. I'm hoping this will pay off in the playback stuff. Okay. So let's get rid of pitch and volume, and we will do okay. So this is going to just return the... I think this is a little redundant. Okay. Right, because these have like constructors, which is fine. Okay, so these commands are going to okay. It'll move the player icon on the screen, it'll clamp it to the play space, and it'll... Okay, so these are the things that it will do. So this should have access to this player unit, that's a behavior, okay. Ah, I see, okay. So this should have access to a couple of things here. It should have access to a player unit. Reference to the player game object as well as to... Do we need previous X and previous Y position? Let's see here. Oh, right. No, we don't need that because that's just for undo stuff. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you'll have to excuse this boring engineering architecture stuff. I'm being a lot more deliberate than I normally am with Game Jam things, mostly because I know what we're going to be using this for in the future, which is going to be like basically replay functionality. So I want to be careful that I architect it in a way that makes that very painless to do in the future. But that comes at the cost of doing this a little bit more slowly so I can make sure it's done properly. Okay. So, it needs a reference to the game player object, I believe. Let me just double check this here. Yes. And then we already have access to the mouse position, so that's all fine. So. We'll get to that in a sec. This is just going to be the Double do there. I need to look at something real quick. Experiencing unexpected behavior of keyboards is letting issue around process to try resetting the keyboard to fix the issue. I will probably do that. Okay. Hang on. I'm getting some like input lag with my keyboard, which is annoying. Oh, it doesn't tell me what model one is. Okay, that's fine. What is this? Hold down the escape key. While holding down the escape key, plug the keyboard back to the computer. Keep holding the escape key into the keyboard against the flash. Unplug the keyboard again, and plug it back in. That's annoying. Okay, 1 sec. Wait. All right. Well, that's not the one. Hang on. Woo! Oi! All right. Well, hopefully that did something. Do. Well, let's see here. Not really. Hang on, let me check something real quick. Unplug the keyboard with the keyboard unplugged. Hold down the escape key. While holding down the escape key, plug the keyboard back into the computer. Keep holding it until the keyboard begins to flash. Unplug the keyboard again, then plug it back in. Okay. Hang on. So. Do. Let's try this here. Zip. All right, that'll have to do for now. Yeah, there's still some weird input lag. Oh, this is what I keep on. I don't care. Alright, let's see how you do it, you two. Alright, it's fine. It's not that annoying. Let's just see real quick. All this is fine. We'll just restart this thing. Pray for the best. All right. I don't have enough experience with namespaces to really get a lot of use out of them. If I were more familiar with it, maybe I would use them, but I don't too much for these smaller projects. Okay, so, and now we have the vowel commands. This is basically just going to change what vowel is selected. It's not going to play it. It's going to change what volume is, or what vowel is selected. I even have assembly definitions. What the fuck? Jesus. No, I'm not a talented enough engineer to get use out of those. Okay, so Selected. So. Hang on now, because we can just have a static class of these things.
You know what, Jared? You were smart. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. That kind of spooked me. So if we just had like a data class of just the aspects of the mouth, they can theoretically go on any character. It doesn't necessarily need to be a player character. So let's have mouth settings. So this will just be like a data class essentially. And it will have loot. We're on audio clip. Although, no. I think we just want to... Right, because that's another thing. Do I want... Yeah, I think we'll just keep them as strings. That's fine. Consonant key. Consonant. So we'll keep track of the volume, pitch, consonant key, and the vowel key. And then we can just reference all of these things to make the proper sounds either in gameplay or in a replay. So it doesn't necessarily need to be tied to the player controller, although the player controller will have a mouse settings. Not mouth settings. Just call it current mouth. Yeah, that was loud. I guess just because, wait, hang on. How do I sound with the music? Oh, okay. Wow, this is loud. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Now we will have a way to manipulate these mouth settings in the actual controllers themselves, or the commands themselves. So if we were to go to the, what was I looking at? The vowel one. So it changes the vowel key. Changes the vowel key in the past mouth settings. So I think what these things can have is that, like, I'll just pass it some mouth settings. It doesn't matter what it actually is. Public vowel commands. And then from here, it's just going to, hang on, the executes. No, because we also want to know, okay, you know what? This is actually interesting. Because we're going to need a list of vowel sounds. I'm going to need to make a list of all the vowel sounds so that I have them in a sequential order rather than just in a dictionary, because I'm going to be scrolling through the lists and then grabbing the sound from the dictionary. Okay, so we'll just call it setup. Not render target setup, just setup. Oh, right. I need to specify it as a function. Void. And this will be load. Cool. So we'll have a dictionary and then also a list of strings for vowels. Oh, right. We'll just call this Andrew for now. Actually, you know what? No. We'll just say all right. And then this one we don't really need. Oh no, we still need the character key. No, we don't, because this is just for the vowel keys, which are character agnostic. Add. So we got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oops. Ideally, these will be organized based on what makes phonetic sense to transition to, but we can reorganize them later. So I, A, E, O. Yeah, that actually might make sense. Okay. What's going on here? Cannot declare instance. Oh, wait, sorry. This needs to be static. Sorry. Sorry, C#. So now I can access this to know what vowel I'm transitioning to here. So, I'll also need to know whether or not it's like a down or an up. Okay, so this will be hang on. Let's do the scroll wheel here. Mouse scroll delta. Can I detect positive and negative? All right, positive up or negative down. All right, cool. And it is a vector 2. I don't know why that is. That's so dumb. Input.mouse scroll data is stored in a vector 2 property. The vector 2 x value is ignored. Then just make it a float value. Why it's gotta be a vector 2? Actually, you know what? I'm making it a float value. All right. So if it's positive, it's up. If it's negative, it's down. Okay, cool. If it's greater than 0, we will decrement down the list. Otherwise, we'll go up. Yeah. If I'm thinking about this like arranged vertically like it is here. If I was at long A and I wanted to go to short A, I would go up. I guess it is arbitrary, but that's just how it's looking in my head. So that's the mouth settings. So we want to find like the index that the current vowel is and then just increment 1. So find Oh, that brings up a string. Okay. Find index. That's what I want. Start index count predicate. No, I think we can do it a better way. Oh no, I guess we do it this way. X, where X is equal to mouth settings dot vowel key. So we'll find the index there. And then we will do mouth settings. List. Nope. Okay, fine. We'll just hard index it. So the thing here is that it's not updating the mouth settings for the player itself, right? Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Hang on. I need to think about this for a sec. So I would want to have a player class that handles all of like the input stuff, but I should also have a separate class that handles all of the audio stuff. Because it would be great if we could have an instance of just an audio place without a player character. So in that case then, we would basically want to have like a global player audio thing. How do I want to do this? I could just call it player audio. Let's try that. So, this thing here will contain the player controller mouth settings. All right, hang on. Am I overthinking this? Let's see. Because what I don't want is for these commands to directly call something for the player controller to make things happen. That's not what I want. So, how do we keep track of the current mouth settings? This could be... All right, hang on. Thinking mode activate. Let's see. So, player character will handle all the input stuff. And then what would this... So we're setting like a mouse settings or a mouth settings thing here. And that includes all of this stuff. So what this could do is instead of being void, it can return... no, we don't want to do that. Well, we could. It can return a mouth setting, so it can return like an updated version of it. So it could do that. I think that's fine. It would be great if Yeah, I think I have to do that. So maybe we don't have a player audio thing here. Let's go back to this. And then what we'll do for these commands here. Actually, you know what? This'll bug me if I don't do it. Never mind. We'll just do it in the hard command. Let's go. Mouth settings. So, what this will do now is we'll have oopsie. So this will return back the current mouth settings that we have, and then we will just like set that in the update for each command that we do. A little bit cumbersome, but it'll probably work. Put this up here, and then this will just be boink. Okay. So this is basically all of that the vowel command is going to do. It's going to get the current index, change the index based on the direction of the scrolling. Actually, you know what? That's fun. And then return the mouse settings. Mouth settings. That's going to get annoying. Okay, so now the consonant command, that's actually going to be a whole different beast because we need to know like the key combinations. But if we go back to the mouse command, now what we can do here is, all right, so I don't want to call a function to move the player object. That's not what we're doing here. We're just updating the volume and the pitch. Okay. Because we're not looking to replay the player's positional movement. The actual visual position of the stuff doesn't matter. All that matters is the audio. So we'll handle all the positional movement stuff in the actual player controller. So now this is going to have, similar to the vowel command, now that I kind of know what these things sort of look like here. How about let's just take the command here, make this a protected variable that all of them have. I see. Can I just make this abstract? Because they're all going to have an execute. Is abstract produce container a non-abstract class command? That's fine. Is that fine? Because then I can't make an instance of it. I think that's fine. Okay. Now, my mouth. Now we can go to this. That'll go past the value. That's fine. We'll get to it. We need a constructor first. Mouse command. And then I think that's all we need is the mouse settings, because we can get the mouse input data from here. We don't need to pass that in. Excuse me. Alright, so we don't need a reference to the player object. We really don't need a reference to anything here. So what we do want here is to clamp the screen space of like volume control. So, where do we want to clamp that? We can clamp it in like a play space class. Oh, you know what? No, we do need to pass in some stuff here. So we're not going to actually directly access mouse data here, because during a replay, we're not going to have a mouse that's executing all this logic. So what we're going to need to do is essentially, we're going to need to send like percent values. So, ooh. Okay. Volume. What do we want to do here? Play space position X. So these, I think, we're gonna make our own sort of like coordinate space with the play space. So the far left will be 0 and the far right will be 1. So that way it'll essentially just be a percentage of how should we manipulate this volume. And then it'll be the same for the Y position for pitch. So, so we will calculate this stuff in the player controller and then pass it to the mouse command. Cool. Okay. And then for this, we will basically just call a function to update the voice volume. Yep. Mouth settings dot volume equals, for now. Yeah, for now we'll just make it literal. And we can probably shift that to have like a minimum and maximum volume and pitch and whatnot. All right, cool. Okay, so now this is mouse position agnostic. We can give it any sort of positions we want, which will let us do a replay pretty easily. Okay. Now, all right, so we got the mouse command, we got the vowel command, and now the tricky one, the consonant command. So, let's say this will, I think, just get past a key, because we don't want to specifically access like keyboard values. Okay, so what we're gonna want is public consonant command. So this is going to. This one's actually just going to be pretty simple from like a command standpoint. This dot mouth settings dot consonant key equals just consonant key. It sets whatever it was passed. No, all of those have been turned off. Get fucked, Pomo. The only thing that you're allowed to fuck with me with are sound alerts, and even then, I can just like disable them immediately just by going like, which one is it? I think this one. So then you would just hear all the sound alerts, and
honey, you've got a big storm coming.
That's great. See, I didn't hear that until I turned on the monitoring here. So if y'all get too obsessive, I can just be like, boop. But they're on now. I won't, don't worry. Y'all have in the past. I remember usually in my most dire hours when the deadline is approaching and I'm stressing about stuff, people just on repeat keep playing reverb farts. Okay. So that's all good. Now, the interesting thing is going to be handling the input for these for the player. But thankfully, these commands don't give a shit about actual inputs at all. So we can like store a list of these commands and then play them back without any sort of player input, which will allow us to do the repeat stuff. So that's cool. All right. And then we'll do vowels first. We need one more input for spacebar. Let's see. How do we want to do that? Instead of a consonant command, it could be a keyboard command. Okay. Let's do that. All right. So we basically have this. How do we want to do this here? Gotcha. Okay. So basically we want to know if the Okay, I think we can do this. So instead of the consonant command passing a consonant key, it'll just pass like a keyboard key. It's... Yeah, that's fine, we got it. So, this keyboard key will either be a combination of WASD, or it'll just say space. So now in here, we can say, where's my consonant command here? So originally it was just like set the consonant key to whatever the key that was passed is. Let's just set that as a key so it's a little less confusing. But now we're going to check real quick if let's capitalize that, why not? Then we know that it's currently playing. Do a thing. I'm not sure what that is yet. Otherwise, equals key. This dot keyboard key. Okay. So now, oh, sorry. So now what will space do in the mouth settings? I think we just need a Boolean here. We'll just call it pushing air. So this will just say like this dot mouth settings. Ooh, wait. Because we also need a release key. I think that's fine. This dot mouse settings dot pushing air equals true. Else if okay. So that's fine. So now we just have an overall keyboard command that'll get any keys that we hit. So now we can go back to player controller, handle mouse input, handle scroll wheel input, and then handle keyboard input. I think that's fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. So now I don't think we need a consonant command anymore. We probably won't be using it. But let's go back to how we were supposed to architect this. So now all of these will be things that we call every frame. Did I have these as, let's see here. No, I think I would instantiate these, yeah. Although no. Hang on. So we basically execute these commands, which would update mouth settings. Alright, so current commands. Okay. So we did cache those. But I don't think we need to. Because each command is basically just going to change the state of the mouth and not necessarily need to be executed every frame. So what we can do instead is just So when we handle the mouse input, it will execute. Will it execute it then? You handle input and then you do it. Okay. So. Oh no, I think we do want a command every frame because we'll be caching all of these every frame, I believe, right? Right, book? Record the entire game state at each frame. That can be replayed, use too much memory. Record a set of commands every entity performed each frame. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we do want these because all these are doing are changing the state and they're not playing anything, which is good. So we will. Oh wait, no, it's not a scroll wheel command, it's a volume command. Vowel. So mouse, vowel, and keyboard. Okay. So we'll keep track of these. We'll get a new command every frame and execute it every frame. So one thing to consider is what happens when there's no change in the state. And I think that's going to be fine for the mouse commands. For the vowel command, I think that will also be okay. Take a look at that real quick. Don't need consonant command. So for vowel commands, I think okay, so if the scroll direction is 0, if it's greater than 0, otherwise else if this dot scroll direction is less than 0. And if it's neither, if it's just 0, then the vowel setting stays. And we'll see how sensitive the scroll wheel actually is. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. And then the keyboard input one, I think is a little trickier. Let's see here. You know what I can do is, so for the key here, I can have like, instead of space pressed, it'll be like keyboard key contains space pressed. That way I can probably send a key that shows all of the keys that the player is currently holding, as well as whether or not they let go or press the space key. So that way we'll always have a state of the keyboard every single frame. Except this part here. How would we set this up? How would we grab the consonant key there? Maybe what we can do is we'll have string, con key, and then a bool for space pressed. That might be better. Oops. Consonant key equals con key. Okay, so now if space press is true, then we're pushing air. Otherwise, pushing air is false, and then we'll basically just set the consonant key here. Easy peasy. Okay. That's better. Boy, am I getting into the weeds. So now we'll be able to track the state of each input every single frame, and then we'll be able to just replay those commands frame by frame. And it'll theoretically be fine. We'll see. We'll see if that's right. Okay, now let's see how I did this here. You handle the input, and then you execute it. And then I think I'm just going to set the mouse settings here. So, okay. Gotcha. All right. If I were to just do... No, just input. I'll make it in a sec. So maybe these things don't need to like return their actual... Well, hang on. No, I think they could. So if I were to do current mouse input or current mouse command, no, yep, equals oh, command equals okay. And then basically what we're going to do is do we have mouth settings here? Yep, current mouth settings, cool. Ah, no. Right. Okay. And then in this handle mouse input here, we just need to pass mouse command. Right, the X and Y position. Okay. Let's just keep it with screen space for now, and then I'll clamp it later. Oops. Okay. So. Mouse position is in pixel coordinates. Ooh. I always hate converting this to screen space. Because you have to like factor in like the 0 or the Z value, I think. Screen point is in negative 3 mouse position. Screen point, yep, there it is. So you have to set like the Z position to 10. You might, however, to transform the mouse coordinates from world space through the camera of the screen space camera canvas to get 2D position. Oh. So screen point is the make a 3D vector with the mouse position, change the Z screen to world point that. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Is the camera here? Is it -10? Blah. Okay. What did I do? Hang on. I think there's a more elegant way to do this. And I think I did it for the last game jam. Scripts. Alright. Was it the ragdoll manipulator? I don't think so. Oh, or maybe I did. Mouse position, input, mouse position. Oh, okay. Well, I don't like that. So. How to get mouse position in screen space. Fine, let's look at a tutorial. Why not? I always have to look this up.
Screen space has its own coordinate system, which is measured pixels.
Yeah. Alright. In Unity, we have various properties and methods in which help us get mouse position in the screen space and viewport space and row space. How to get mouse position in screen space. Discrete game use, measuring pixels. Wait, no. Mouse position in screen space is just what we have. Right? Oh, I want it in viewport space. My bad. Let's see what we got here. Same dude. Yep. Wait, is this the same? No, okay, this is different. Yeah. Alright, so viewport space is the rendering area of the camera. Yep. Screen to viewport method. Sure. Yup. I mean, I guess you just normalize it, right? Yeah. Master. Yes, I know what a viewport space is. Okay. Converts a given screen space to viewport. Is that all I need to do? Do I not need to... You know what? I guess the confusion comes in when I'm trying to get it into world space. I think I can just do screen to viewport space. That's good to know. Okay. So, what we need for mouse command is, just an X and Y position. So we can probably just pass a, it's fine. New mouse commands. And so we pass this dot mouth settings, current mouse settings, and then viewport mouse position dot X and viewport mouse position dot Y. So that'll get the new command there, and then it'll execute it, and we'll be all dandy. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. And then this one. Yeah, once I finish this script up, I'm probably going to grab some lunch. Alright, so for this one, we'll basically get the scroll wheel input. So input, that's scroll, mouse scroll delta. So this will be 0 if I'm not using the mouse scroll at all. So what we need for the vowel command is basically just that scroll delta. Okay. Hang on. Let me change this here. Okay. So we'll go here. So basically all we need to do is new vowel command. Right? I think that's, oh, we also need to send the current settings. Mouse scroll delta is a vector 2. Yep, so we just want the Y. For some reason, it's a vector 2. And then for keyboard inputs, whee, the keyboard commands. We want... Right, this is going to be the complicated one, because we need to know what keys they're currently pressing. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Okay. So, there's a couple of things that we want. So this will just be whether or not space is being held down. That's easy enough. And then what we're going to want to do is have the different combinations for WASD. WASD, 1, 2, 4. Wait, let's look at the let's look at the combinations that we were looking at here. Come on, you know I want to. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gotcha. Okay. So these are all the ones that we want. That's good enough. Okay. Let's see. We should basically check all of these together. So first of all, we'll just have an empty string. And then we will append onto it the different letters. Can that work? I would just need to organize it. So gotcha. Okay. So let me look at the mouth sounds again. These are no bueno. This list might be a little bit overkill, but certainly this is going to be different. So let's just AW. Wait, let's see here. think we can do something with this. FV, like the feels like a S. AW, that's fine. And it maps with A. Okay. The sounds. That seems like a W. WS, that feels weird. Okay. MN. Maybe this one's an SD. Hang. And then. Maybe this one's more of like an AS. And then the P is like an S. This one could be a WD. What ones are we missing here? AW, AS. Oh, AD. Yeah, that could work. AW, AS, AD, W, WS, WA, and WD do we have? Yeah, we do. S. So, wait, hang on. SD, SA, we have those. Let's see here. AW, AS, AD, WS, WD, and SD. We have WD? We do. 9, 10. What am I missing here? Just W? Or just D? We're missing just D. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. So now, let's see here. Now we have like a basic key of things here. If we go back to player controller. So now we'll basically just append letters on there. But the thing is that these need to be organized in a way where it'll be like A's first, then W's, then. So we need to make sure that A will always appear as the first thing that we check. So there shouldn't be any like SAs or anything. W's. So I think the order will be like A, W, S, D. That'll be the order that we'll always check them. So W should always come after A. That's good. S should always come after W. Okay. D should always come after S. So we don't have like a DS, WD. This makes sense. This makes sense. Yep. Okay, we accidentally did it. Cool. So, oops, hang on. A, W, S, D. That's the order. All right. Let's go to player controller. And let me just copy this here so I don't forget. So that's the order that we need to append these things. Get key. What is going on here? Am I missing a semicolon or a brace somewhere? Oh, yeah. So if the key code is A, so now we do the same thing with W. And then S. And then D. Okay, so now, if the proper keys are being held, it should be able to make a key in the proper order. So, interestingly, we shouldn't allow them to press more than 2 keys. So, what we can probably do is, well, hang on. Can we keep track of what their recently held key was? Hold up. Thinking mode again. Let's turn off some here for me. Okay, so if I were to be holding a W and then I keep holding those and press D, what do I want to happen? Maybe a glottal sound. Maybe just like oh, whoa, kind of thing, you know? So I would have to let go of a key in order to actually make like a sound. Or let's see. Maybe I can just take the 2 most recently pressed keys instead. And assume that that's what they wanted to do. Because if I were to go to AW and try and go to like WD, the process of doing that, I could potentially like hold down AWD and then let go of A. So in that in between, we would already know that they wanted to hit WD. Okay. And in that case, then they'll be able to change consonants without like making some funkiness happen, you know? So if I were to have like a key cache of like the 2 most recent keys, like 1 to 2 the most recent keys, right? So that way if they overpress, it'll just take their top or their 2 most recent keys. So how would I do that? That could just be like a Q, right? Yeah, and so you can push one on, and if it's more than 3, you can just pop off the latest one, and then we would find those 2 then. But what happens if they let go? We would want to remove that one, right? Regardless of what order it was in. So, let's see here. The order matters when you're hitting them, but it doesn't matter when you're removing them. So we can't necessarily do a Q. How do we want to do a key cache here? Ooh, my brain's getting a little fried. I'm gonna need some food soon. Let's see. Because really I only need to keep track of like 2 values. And if a 3rd value comes up, and this is really only going to happen. Okay, so if this is only ever going to happen when I need to rectify the player hitting 3 keys in a row, then I guess I can guarantee that the queue will be full. And then I can just send that. So I'll only access the cache if there's at least 2 keys pressed. So that's fine. Otherwise, I can just go straight with that. Okay. So let's try this here real quick. That's Quiwe. Of key codes here. Can I do that? Oh, no. I need the capital C there. Wait. Okay. So I'll keep track of the keys that were pressed, even if they let go of them, they'll stay in the queue. And they'll only be removed if, like, we add another key. So every time they hit a key, it'll add it in there, which is interesting. So I would basically have to do it on key down instead of just like get key, because otherwise it'll just be like every single frame. So do how do I would basically check each key, and if it was like get key down that frame, then add it to the queue and push out the older one. And that wouldn't matter with regards to order, I don't think. So if we were to do zoom, we were to just do update key cache and then grab all these real quick. Input dot get key down for each of these. So now this will only trigger the frame that it goes down, which would mean that okay, we would push it in there. So key cache dot push, or it's right in queue. Okay. So we would just enqueue these here. And then we'll check at the end whether or not the key caches needs to be pruned. Okay. So we would enqueue all the ones that we need to. Ideally, I'm pretty sure this will only enqueue one thing a frame, but just in case, we'll make sure. While this dot key cache dot count, yep, is greater than 2, I believe, right? Yep. This dot key cache dot dequeue. So it'll get rid of the older ones, and it'll leave it at 2. So 2 of the most recent pressed keys. So if I were to hold AW and I want to go to WD, I can press the D first as I'm letting go of A, and that will cleanly transition from the AW sound to the WD sound without any in-betweens. And that's how we can also properly handle 3 key combinations, because those are technically invalid inputs. Okay, I'm getting really dry with my engineering speak. So now we have these the consonant keys here. Can we use the key cache to build the consonant key? No, I don't think we can, because we have to go through the whole list. Although, oh, we probably could actually. So that way we won't have to like prune the consonant key after we get all of them together. So even if they're all holding all 4 keys and they make like an AS or AWSD key and we need to prune it down to 2, I think that'll be fine. So, if instead of like the get keys here, we just do if this.keycache.contains keycode.a, then we add the consonant key. And this will only ever have 2 values in it. We're updating the key cache ahead of time. So that's good. This might work. We'll see. Again, my brain is getting a little wobbly with the lack of blood sugar in food. So maybe I'll look at this later and think it's the dumbest thing in the world, or it's super smart. And there will be no in between. Going AFK for a bit for some lunch in case y'all try to talk to me. Gotcha. Quick proof of concept of blend shapes. Oh boy. Oh, excellent. That's very cool. That's very cool. All right, yeah, I'm going to be heading off for lunch soon as well, as soon as I wrap this up here. So, let me just confirm that my logic seems sound. And also, let's return. I guess I can just do this, right? Return new volume command, or vowel command. Cool. And then I can just do this as well. Sweet. So then for keyboard command, we can just do return new keyboard command, and that requires what? The consonant key and the space pressed, and the mouse settings. All right, cool. Nope, not this. Cool. So that'll return the keyboard command. That will go here. So we'll get all the commands that we want, and then we'll execute all of them and update the current mouse settings, or mouth settings. Ooh, hang on. So what we should do instead. Mouse input, okay. This is what we should do instead, is we get the command, execute it, get the command, execute it, because current mouth settings is going to be updating before we should make the actual command itself. So you and you. Cool. That's more what we want. So it'll handle the mouse input and then execute it, so we update the volume and pitch. And then we get the scroll wheel commands, change the vowel, and then the keyboard command, we change the consonant and whether or not we are specking. Key cache, all that fun stuff. Yeah, this is all just like the boring architectural setup stuff, which is always kind of a slog to get through because you don't really have anything to show for it by the end. But the plus side is that it will make actually creating the interesting things a lot easier. So you can get to those interesting things faster. So it's just like a bit of a startup cost kind of sacrifice to make. Do we have, oh, we do have compiler errors. Volume command. We don't have a volume command anymore. Get that out of here. Delete. We also don't have a consonant command anymore, so let's get rid of that. Delete. Pitch command. We don't have that either. So it's really just keyboard command, mouse command, vowel command. Maybe I should have named that scroll wheel command. I don't know. Oh well. All right. So everything is in here. That's nice. Let's push that to get before we lose it all. Do. Woo! And setting up input command architecture. Yeah, that is a lot of stuff, isn't it? Cool. All right. Well, that is all there. Let me yeah, this should be fine. Okay. I am going to go eat some lunch. So let's set that up real quick. Chat words. Oh, I don't want that. Get out of here. What does this say? Oh, perfect. What am I having? I'm having my usual lunch, which is just like a salami turkey salami turkey wrap with some yogurt and granola. I'm not picky when it comes to lunch. Although for dinner, I do have some leftover Japanese curry to eat. That'll be nice. Time BRB. Yeah, it fills me up. All right, let's see here. What is this? All right then. Yes, I'll be back probably, I would guess, in like 30 minutes. Let's set that actually. Around 120. Mountain time. Freaking time zones. Alrighty. Yeah, and I believe that will. Yeah, that displays over this. Perfect. Cool. Yeah, I'll be back. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, how does this sound? Okay. Yeah, the music volume sounds fine, I guess. Let's change it up a little bit. I want disco. Boop. Nice. Back to you. Alrighty. Boink. Alrighty. So, excuse me. I filled up on food. Got my tea refill. We are good to go. So, I like it. Now, what we're going to do is try to actually, I think, map these things to actual inputs here. Is that what I want to do next? Let me look at my list here. Woo! All right, I think we have recognition for all time. You know what? Let's test these things. Let's, let me see what sort of outputs that I'm getting from doing these controls. So, you know what? Maybe I should, yeah, I should have some UI elements for this to make it easier for me to test out here. UI, Text Mesh Pro, yep, get it all in there, please. Oh, damn. Okay. Now let's. I don't like the sky box. Give me a solid color. Okay. Let's bring you. Let's bring you over here. Where'd you go? All right. So we'll just put them up here, nice and easy. This is actually going to be good, like, debug stuff. Debug. Mouse position. What you got so far? Nothing interesting. It's all just been a bunch of setup for all of the input stuff, because I've had to architect it in such a way where, like, I will be able to easily record all the inputs and play them back with minimal effort. So nothing is like functional yet, but a lot of architecture is there for me to quickly add a bunch of stuff. So it's interesting to me. I'm an engineer too. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's personally not interesting to me. I usually, like, if I spend too much time architecting in the beginning and don't have anything to show for it, it can be kind of draining. But I am usually able to make up for it once I'm able to crank out a bunch of stuff at once. So that's what I'm going to count on right now. But I'm currently testing the systems that I have in place here to make sure that they work properly. Mouse position, X, and Y. How you doing, Pomo? So debug mouse position. Do I need... Yeah, maybe I don't. Maybe I just have, like, debug data. So then in here, we'll just have our own little thing here. And maybe I'll hit like I'll send you a clip in a bit when I get a thing working. Taking a break now. Yeah, I just got back from a break actually. I got my lunch and now I'm back with more energy. I was coming on empty near the end of my architecturing stuff. But I think we managed to get there. God bless T. Okay. So we have here, and TM Pro, naturally. Okay, so we'll have the debug text here. Fuck it, we'll get the get component. Oof. Okay, let's see if we can't grab the player controller here. Handle mouse input, scroll wheel input. Yeah, I think we can do all of this stuff exactly the same. So if I were to just grab this, although do. Yeah, maybe I'll just replicate it. Although that does say to me that this can probably be put into its own class, and then I can handle different player input from a different file, which would be neat. So the player controller can maybe control like what position like the mouse is in with its icon and stuff like that. We'll see. We'll get there. This real quick. Throw it over here. All right. Now, I will basically be using this just to print some debug information onto the screen and make sure everything is going as I expect it to. Oh, am I really just copy pasting this whole file? It looks like I am. Okay. That's fine. That is signaling to me of a future refactor if we have time. Okay. So, let's see what we're doing here. So we're going to append a bunch of stuff to this, where'd it go? Oh, where'd it go? Oh god. Oh wait, no, that's player controller. Whoopsie. We're gonna append a bunch of stuff to this debug text here, and it'll print out to this. So, for this one, we'll have debug text. X. And that'll be, oops. Actually, you know what we can do. X. What do you have for me, Pomo? I'm making a game where all the characters have embroidered animation. What is this? Oh, fuck off. That's cool. That's really cool. I'm wondering, like... I am wondering, though, like, are you getting something special out of it? Like... Would you be able to create something that looks like that strictly digitally? Or is there something inherent to the physicality of that that can't be replicated digitally? As somebody with no art skills, I have no idea. But that is really cool. I'm wondering, though, if a player would care about it if they didn't see that behind the scenes video where it's like, oh, that's so cool, you know? I do think that that's actually a really cool workaround if you don't have any like experience with like digital art tools, and that's the way that you can best convey your aesthetic talents. So I'm not trying to say like that's like an inherently like pointless thing, but I'd have to try and play it and see if like I can notice a significant difference with that. Because obviously, I would imagine if you're taking a photo of that thing, you're probably doing a input. Yeah, it returns a mouse command, all that fun stuff. And then mouse command line 23. Oh, I'm not making whoopsie. Oopsie, oopsie. We didn't make a current mouth settings. So we should do that. And we should do that in the player controller as well. Okay. Now let's try this again. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. It's all vowel command, I believe. Okay, cool. Oh, we're not setting up the dictionary yet. Whoopsie doodles. Mouth sounds. Set up. And then we'll call it Andrew. Okay. Yeah, we're really probably gonna move all of this code to a different file and then have the actual visual aspects of the player movements represented in a different file. Oh, whoops. These are sharing the same keys. Oh, right. Okay. I gotcha now. I gotcha. In that case, then now I do see a reason as to why we would have a vowel and a consonant dictionary. Look at that. The Nintendo ones are fully digital in construction, but Little Big Planet uses a combo of digital assets and superimposed 3D scans. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, fuck. I just want the consonant dict. Thank you. That consonant dict. Okay. I think that's fine. Okay. Now this should be okay, maybe? Question mark? Sick. All right, so now I'm gonna want to change this a little bit. And make it a little bit smaller. Oh, interesting. Okay. I want this to not wrap. There we go. And now I can, that's more what I want. So we got mouse position, vowel. Oh, we didn't new line on the consonant key. Okay. Do plus new line. Okay, so now let's change this to what it was when I liked it. Disable overflow. Then let's squeeze it down a little bit. See what it looks like. Okay, cool. All right, you know what? Let's all right, let's cap this boy out at 12, eh? All right, let's not auto size. This will just be like a 15er. And that should be good. Let's anchor you up. And see what this looks like. Alright, so this should be at 0 and X. Alright, cool. 1. Alright, so the mouse position seems to be working fine. Scroll delta is 0, that's good. Ah, okay. Oh, I forgot to wrap. I forgot to wrap the vowels. So when I go to the top vowel and I scroll up, I should go back to the bottom vowel. But otherwise, scrolling seems to work. That's good. Cool. Let me just wrap those vowels real quick. Where is that vowel command, right? Yep. So we'll do like... Actually, yeah. New index equals current index minus 1. Oops. Is less than 0. Then mouth sounds dot vowel lists. Nope. Lists dot count. Yep. Minus 1. So if we subtract 1 and it's less than 0, then we scroll back to the bottom one. Meanwhile, we add it, and it's greater than the count. Vowel list. Then the new index will go back to 0. Okay. We don't need the scroll delta anymore, so we'll just say vowel here. Because that scroll delta goes right back to 0, like within the frame. So it'll just always say 0. Not useful. Okay. Zoom, 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 zoom. Nice. All right, so the vowels are working fine. Now let's check out consonant keys. Let's make these a little bigger, eh? Let's like set it to, oh, not 500, just 50. Nah. Let's set it to 30. That should be good. Okay, let me double check what these are meant to be. So mouth sounds, okay. So space. Yep, space is true, works. All right. Okay. Okay. So something is a little hinky here. When I let go of S, it should say D. And it doesn't. Right. Oh, yep, that's why. Okay. So we can't necessarily rely on the the key cache to tell us which keys are currently being pressed. We cannot do that. Because it doesn't keep track of keys that aren't being or have been let go of. So instead of checking the key cache, we just need to check if the key is currently being held down. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. I think this will cause a different issue, but I'm just gonna double check that. Is this going to interfere with the key cache itself? Actually, I don't think so. So, what this is going to do is, let me double check this real quick. This will let me have consonant keys that are 3 values long, which we don't want. Yep. So that's what we don't want. And we can fix that. So, if consonant key dot length is greater than 2, then we defer to the key cache. So the key cache. I guess we have to. This will get a little messy. I just wasted so much time on a stupid bug. Oh, dude. I feel like that's a rite of passage every time we do a jam, you know? It always happens sometimes. I'll just spend like 5 hours trying to fix something. I'm just like, oh, I just do this thing. All right. Sphere casting wouldn't detect anything. Was it a layering issue? Was it your sphere casting inside of something that you want to detect issue? What happened there? Physics and casting always gets like really wonky and particular. It's annoying. As it turns out, that even though it wants an int for a layer mask for layer masks, yep. Wait. It wants an int for a layer mask for you. You actually need to use a layer mask and then convert it to an int. I think I've run into that before where like I thought I understood how layer masks worked in Unity to the point where I could just represent them with an integer. But I imagine there's just something going on with the bits in a layer mask that don't get set when you just hard set an integer. Because I think I've run into that before. Dude. Physics and collision issues are such a pain in the ass to debug, man. Alright, let's see if that fixed it. So A, D, and then this should say DW or WD. Nope. Oh wow, that took a while. That took a while to update. Why did that take so long to update? Interesting. Okay. So when I let go of a key, it's not necessarily... Huh. So I'm just holding A right now, and it says the key code is currently AS, which is not right. Oh wait, it just stopped grabbing him. Whoa. Okay. Something's up with my fucking keyboard, man. Yeah. Corrupted or old keyboard driver. Reinstall it there, be a good solution. Okay. Yeah, of course, of course. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, it's like caching a bunch of inputs at once, and it's being weird about it. Hmm. Okay. Sometimes corruption misconfigures the computer, can they do keyboard typing delay? If that's the case, you can try development, image, service management, or deployment, image servicing management. Okay. Ugh. Oops. Let's go into the weeds a little bit. Come on. Ugh. Image. Yeah, the hell. Alright, okay, fine. Dism. You can try the deployment. Is that right? Alright, fine. Ugh. For an int, it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but for a layer mask, it goes 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. Aha! Gotcha. So it's literally like a binary flip. So you would have to set the integer as, like its binary values. That makes sense. It's like because it's a layer mask, you usually use like a bit string to represent those. Going for hardware changes, yada yada yada. Disable filter keys. Okay. Zoom. Ease of access. Where is that? Keyboard settings. And scroll down to the keyboard section from the right pane. Click on the keyboard and use filter keys. Toggle button if it's enabled, disable it, and close the settings app. Okay. Not on screen keyboard, no sticky keys, no toggle keys, no filter keys. Make a sound tune. Yeah. Dope. This is annoying. Troubleshoot. Great. For keyboard measure, frequently used. When this area is limited by the bounce time, switches. Estimated scan rate is. Okay. Gotcha. Both the keys and successfully feature that does not repeat keystrokes on the keyboard. Press and hold down the R key. Set this alphabet on the screen. I will get to that in a second, Pomo. Go to the power management tab, yada yada yada. Oh, gotcha. Okay, hang on. There's no power management tab. God damn it. Oh, there you are. Allow this device to wake the computer. Nope. How about that, eh? Yeah. Why do I have so many of these, though? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, whatever. Okay. Let's see what you got, Pomo. Oh ho ho. Oh dear. Oh dear. What are you making? Man, someone's getting quite a lot of use out of his what, cyber trash, cyber junk? What did you call your game there? Those assets. That's looking pretty cool. No, that's fine, man. They look great. I just recognize it immediately because I know the other games that you've made. Yeah, no, I didn't. I hope I didn't. I kept it on the screen. Just looking at the mechanic that you have set out there, it's definitely a Pomo-esque game. Okay. And then this should say WD, right? Yep. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I'm very annoyed here. What's the, okay. Oh, you know what? This is probably, I imagine this is just tanking. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Cool. At least it's not tanking the OBS frame rate. So why is there such a delay there? Okay. They let go of W, and then it says A. Interesting. I don't get. All right, let me see here. Handle keyboard input. If input, I want to make sure this isn't an issue with my keyboard here. So now I'm going to be looking at error logs here. Okay. Doesn't okay, it took a long time to register W was getting pressed. Yeah, what's going on here? There's something weird going on with my keyboard. Oh, that's no good. It still thinks I'm holding D. Why is that? Whoa. Holding W. Let go both. That's weird. So if I hang on to D. Something weird's going on here. All right, hang on. I will probably need to reboot stream. I think I need to reset some computer things here. So I will be right back. Okay. Be right back.